en Miami, Florida, pero soy latina porque mi familia nació en Cuba. Y la razón que estoy creciendo en mi negocio es porque quiero dejar un legado atrás para mi familia y mi futuro familia. When I first launched my business, one product line that really did excite me was the artistry makeup and skincare line. One thing I loved about artistry was its quality and growth behind its product. It has great potential and, most importantly, great elegance. As a business owner, what I did was I threw out the negative and I brought in the positive. So, what I did was I bought every product line that had to do with artistry, with makeup and skincare. So, what I did was I tried it for myself, and most importantly, I did share my excitement with others. By doing so, I decided down the line to become a makeup artist, but not any makeup artist, a makeup artist that can make money three different ways. What I mean by making money three different ways as a makeup artist and any other makeup artist is because number one, I get paid to buy my own product. Number two, I provide the service for my client. And number three, my clients end up purchasing skincare makeup products from me, which eventually end up leading to positive referrals. So I'm a walking billboard for my business. And always remember, someone's beauty is our business. We have the skin type, we have the color, and most importantly, what makes us different makes people beautiful.
Hey Gala team, Stephanie Nowoki here. So excited to be with you guys in North Carolina. What an incredible spring leadership webinar this has been thus far. Bob Burr gave such an incredible message. I know all of you were filled with so much knowledge and took lots of notes. Just between the last 2 days, it's just been so much. But I'm here. Don't think I'm switching the channels. I'm here to talk to a very specific group of people. ¿A dónde están mis latinos? Espero que estén sacando sus banderas, que estén gritando, pero más importante, espero que puedan sintonizarse ustedes mismos a las traducciones en español que tenemos de esta conferencia. No deje que el lenguaje le limite a ustedes la información que necesita para crecer ese negocio. Ya saben que este equipo es fenomenal. Tenemos líderes tras líderes que van a estar hablando. Y siguiendo ahora van a venir lo que llamamos, si lo traducimos de inglés a español, dice que son los motores y agitadores del negocio. Bueno, para mí son los próximos diamantes en este equipo. Así que saquen todos sus cuadernos, quiero que tomen sus notas para que escuchen sobre ellos. And for you guys figuring out what this stuff just say, I said the movers and shakers part 2 are coming up right now. We have Emeralds, people that are in EBR qualification and are EBR recipients right now that are going to be speaking and sharing their knowledge. Here's the thing, they're not just EBRs in my eyes, they're actually the next diamond a part of the Gala team. So let's tune in, let's take notes, and let's keep learning.
Welcome BWW team. To kick off, here's Rich.
We are here to talk about depth and mass. This talk will add value for partners who have multiple legs and about team of five and who don't fear working hard. All right. Now, when you launch partners, that is called width. And when you launch partner below and help them launch partners, that's called depth. So the reason you go wide is to go deep. That's what we learned from our uplines. And you have not launched, these are some of the pointers you can make a note of, guys. Okay. Number one, you have not launched somebody until you launch somebody for them through their list, helping them. And once a partner is launched, you do 5 to 7 appointments in a month or two. 5 to 7 appointments within a month or two to help them launch somebody. Number three, prioritizing their appointments over your appointments is extremely important. The deepest person's appointment takes priority. Number four, challenge yourself to take a leg 10 deep. I'm sure you must have heard Charlie D'Urso's 2481, right? Draw your org chart, number five, and go one deep every single month. Number six, BWW promos. Make use of it. 3 partners. Whoever launches 3 partners, you'll be qualified for a night out. I'm sure there are people fighting for it right now as we speak. And your upline's promotion. Take a lot of enthusiasm in those qualifiers, whether it is activity based or result based. You be the cheerleader, you be the first one to promote that. And after you launch few partners through this process, what do? You call them in for a cover dish. What do we used to call it? Cover dish. That's what we learned. What it is bringing your team together. Sure, these days you do it in Zoom, but when you bring them in, do some food and everything, and your upline talks to them as to things that they need to change. Sometimes I did not listen from the person who immediately launched me, but when my upline platinum and my upline emerald who's getting results come in, talk to me, that's how I changed. And to further continue the nurturing of leaders, I present to you my incredible wife, Madhuri.
Well, few pointers for you. One of the most important things is to have that individual quality time with your people, where you can enrich and add value to them in different areas of their lives, like whether it is their health, finances, relationship, or even this business, giving them, the experience and wisdom that you have learned from your uplines. Another critical component is giving your team space to grow with their own individual strengths, not imposing our personality or our style of doing things, but rather collaborating together so we can bring out the best in each other. A critical element of developing leaders on our team is the ability for us to facilitate that relationship between our upcoming leaders in our team with our upline coaches and mentors. Finding opportunities where they can associate on a casual level so that they can develop that wonderful relationship with them. They can feel that pull and believe in themselves and be know that they can be phenomenal leaders on the team as well. So kind of wrap up things here. So let's back here.
Well, D, make a note of this. Do not delegate depth. And that's what we learned from Tanmay and Rashmi. We are 7 deep from Tanmay and Rashmi. Tanmay and Rashmi flew multiple cities and multiple places before they got to us. And we saw them work multiple groups. They have a brand new emerald. We learned from them how to build firewalls. And we learned from Sugita and Kajal how they duplicated their upline in multiple legs to create mass. We learned from Kumar and Anjali how to do 72 homes. 12 homes in every leg across 6 legs, 72 homes. Even during COVID, we have seen Mansoor and Rumpa fly to Florida, drive to Connecticut, Ramesh and Vasudha going to Salt Lake City, Utah, or driving to North Carolina and meeting these people with CDC guidelines and EDC guidelines. I wish you make a note of all these things, guys. How do you build a business? With intensity and tenacity. What do I mean by that? You go intensities to build a business and 10 a city. Build a team of 10 in every city. With that, we enjoyed talking to you. See you all in Diamond Club. Signing off.
Hello, everyone. This is Ranjan Gurjeet from the wonderful city of Toronto, Canada. Our amazing sponsors are Dr. Harpadana Mahinder Raj, Crown's Growing Crown Ambassador. We are so grateful. And our coaches, mentors, none other than Nikhil Parul Soni from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm going EDC. Really, really appreciate this couple. We love them dearly, what they've done for us, for this business, and for our life. Thank you, Nikhil Parul. Today, we're just going to talk to you about goal setting for a couple of minutes. And goals are important for life. As Bill Britt always says, you should never live a day of your life without a goal. So goals are very important. Goals are the ones that make your vision visible to you. You can see it, and you can write on a piece of paper. It becomes a sort of blueprint for you to move forward. I want to talk to you about an acronym called SMART. You may have heard this before, some of you. SMART is 5 parts of that goal, how the goal should be. Those are 5 different components. Number 1 is specific. You got to have a specific goal. It has to be clearly defined goal. What do you want to achieve? Where do you want to go? And what are the details? And more so, a real clear picture of it. And number 2, what you want to do is a sort of measurable goal that you can measure. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. It has to be measured by the date or the time and the degree of the success. And so you can celebrate when you get to that point. And it has to be an attainable goal. It's something that you believe that you can achieve. It's something that you really take smaller steps. The larger success is built on smaller steps, smaller successes. So just like they say, the Rome wasn't built in one day, but it was built every single day. So you had a small attainable goal that you believe and build up and celebrate those small successes so that it will help you build your confidence, build your belief level that you can do it. And next is it has to be a relevant goal. It has to be relevant what you want to achieve in life. There shouldn't be any conflict on what direction, how you want to live your life, and what your goals are. Your goals should dovetail into your success, your bigger vision that you have. Goals are smaller pieces of your larger success, the blueprint that you have. And then lastly, they should be time bound. Your goals should be time bound, and they should be given a very clear date and mandate what you're going to achieve by what time. You want to go get your fast track, your brand new person fast track, first 90 days, 120 days. That should be done. Every month, what you are going to do, break it down into what weekly, what you're going to do, daily, what you're going to do. So it has to be time bound and those small habits and small attainable goals. And Gurjeet's going to talk a couple of minutes about from her side as a couple as we do. So please help me welcome Gurjeet.
Thank you, Randy. Hello everyone. This is Gurjeet. I'm going to talk about if you're building a business as a husband wife, as a couple, as we are building it. If you are a single, that you are your own boss, you decide which kind of goal and how you want to set up. And I'm going to talk about our views. Okay. First of all, both of you have to create a mastermind alliance regarding your goals. Okay, because you have to have a written down goal has a lot of power, that you have to write them down and put them multiple places in your home where you can see it multiple times. That reminds you yet you are in the business and you have a goal that you have to achieve them, right? And why I'm saying this, you have to create a picture in your mind what you're trying to achieve. You have to have that little picture or bigger picture of your dream in your mind, so you can see it, you can visualize it, and you can achieve it. My last statement would be you have to have a single mindedness regarding your goals. That's what our respected upline triple diamond Raj Shah always talk about. You have to have a background music on in your mind 24 hours that reminds you that you are in business and you have goals to achieve. With that, back to Randy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, we are Pramod and Pallavi Kumar from Detroit, Michigan. Our awesome sponsors in the business are Ganesh and Rekha Shenoy. My background is in IT management. Pallavi has a background in economics and finance. We reached the level of Founders Emeralds last year and we are requalifying this year. We're going to take a few minutes with you to share our journey and what we have learned along the way. And imagine that we are sitting across from each other in a coffee shop. I got started in the business when I was finishing up my graduate studies at Wayne State University in Detroit. My big reason for getting started in the business is to make $500 a month so that I can pay off my student loans. But the real reason was I just want to support my good friend Ganesh because me and Ganesh used to be college roommates. I went through the same, three phases that every one of you would go through: that initial excitement, doubt, and fear. Then comes the growth phase. See, when we all get started in the business, we all think that we are entrepreneurs. In reality, we are entrepreneurs. We want to be entrepreneurs, right? But because our mindset is still in the employee quadrant, it takes time and it's a process. And you will go through your own ups and downs just like everybody else is, whether it is Elon Musk or Richard Branson. Everybody has their own journey. But you have to understand, everybody wants to make a professional income, but not everybody is willing to make the level of commitment a profession takes, right? How can you make a professional income without having a professional level of commitment? I remember one of my first conferences, Kanti, mentioning that this is a fair business. If you're willing to do the work and stay persistent and consistent, you get the award and the reward. The hardest journey in this business is your journey from zero to $1,000 a month, and on the also the process of putting together your first 10 core IBOs, because that's where you're going to learn the most. Because that is where your transition happens from a regular employee mindset to an entrepreneur mindset. It'll take some time, just like anything else worthwhile takes some time. Remember, Rome was not built in a day, but it was built every day. I remember Ganesh saying that this business starts with you and ends with you. That means you are in charge of the results, right? But you know that there is enough evidence today that many people from various backgrounds and various education levels have built the business successfully. Right? One of the first thing you may want to do is to take charge of making the first circle work. What do I mean by that? See, what do we do in this business? We build teams, we create volume, and we build leaders, right? And that's it. So you just have to understand what does it take, what are some of the do's and don'ts, and you set some goals every month. When you show the plan, not everybody is going to be excited about the business. Just like not everybody is an IT guy, not everybody is an engineer, not everybody is a doctor, not everybody is going to be building the business. I remember Bill Britt saying one time, SW, SW, SW. Some will, some won't. So what? But what will you do with the remaining people who don't get started in your journey? You just make them customers. We have world class products, especially today's day and age. Everybody's concerned about their health. So we have world class products, Neutralite. You share with them, right? When you share with them, you make sure that you register them as a verified customers, because corporation has a big drive for VCS, verified customer sales, and you get 20% extra, because 10% from the core plan and 10% on the retail margin, right? And obviously, you get 10% PV uplift. So talk to your upline platinum. They probably have a nice PowerPoint that corporation put together. They'll share it with you. But it's a best practice, and it's the best way to legitimize your business, right? And the business works if you're willing to put the effort. Now, understand, everybody wants to be successful, right? Nobody intentionally not want to be successful, but not everybody is willing to pay the price. But make sure that you are the person who understands your monthly game plan. When you do huddle, play, huddle, don't forget the P part. This is huddle, play, huddle. If you take out the P part, the play part, it's just become huddle and huddle. Huddle and huddle is not going to give you the result. It's the play between the huddle that will give you the result, right? And last thing I want to wrap it up with: why doesn't everybody build a business? What stops people from building the business? It's the doubt. It's a doubt in the business sometimes, it's a doubt in yourself. Never doubt the business when things don't go according to your plan. And never doubt yourself when somebody else moves on and you're taking longer than what it seems like. Right? Never doubt the business, never doubt yourself. You stay steady and business will definitely work for you. It's going to be an exciting journey. Hope it helps. Enjoyed sharing with you. Take care.
Hello, everyone. We are Andy and Patricia. We are from Houston, Texas, and my background is in software engineering.
And my background is in data analytics and now building a business full time.
We are super excited and honored to share with you today, and we would like to share a few tips on social media. Technology has given us new ways to connect and network with people, and we need to learn to use it to our advantage so that we can build connections to network and also grow our business. And here are the few things that we pay close attention to.
The first thing I pay attention to is my profile. I make sure I use a high quality pictures for my profile photo that clearly shows my face. Animal pictures or flowers or scenery might be great. They are beautiful, but they're not appropriate if I want to use my account for business purposes. I look at my bio as well. I make sure it's simple, it's authentic, and it is in alignment with who I am when I meet people on Zoom conference call. And it needs to be consistent on all across social media platform. Before I use my account for growing my network, I need to go back to my account and clean up. I don't want to keep any photo or any posting that might not be appropriate for business, or any posting or anything that I share on my wall that may create any confusion to the people who are the opposite gender.
For content, I pay close attention to what I'm posting on my walls. Do my posts have any values? What do people see on my profile as well as on my posts? I want to make sure that my posts are clean, simple, and relatable. And also want to portray that I'm humble, I'm relatable, and also I have mentorship.
I also pay attention on my news feed. I don't want to connect with anybody and everybody or follow everybody who are available. My goal is to build relationship online and then transition them to a business team. So I guard myself, I guard my time. so that I don't wasting my time looking at all the photos, watching all the videos, reading all the comments on people's wall. And then I end up by the end of the day, I may know everything about people's life, what they do, what they eat, how do they feel, where they spend vacation. And I don't have much time left for growing my business or growing myself. So I make sure I prioritize my time. I get in, I do the work, and then I get out.
For connection, I reach out and connect to people whom have similar interests or whom I can relate to. I connect and follow with my uplines and my team. I make sure that I don't connect to cross lines because I don't have any reason to connect to them or the people who are no longer in the business.
I'm mindful of what I'm doing so that I don't get distracted with what I see on people's wall. I understand that people use social media for having fun. I'm using social media for growing my business asset. So if I'm clear about that purpose, I will not get easily distracted when I see people having fun, having a good time with their friends or family member, maybe having a good time at the beach when I'm busy working hard for my business. At the same time, I don't want to fall into glamorous trap. People have a tendency to portray a virtual living online. And if I understand that, not get into, I will not get distracted comparing whatever I see on people's wall and the result that I'm working towards when I don't have anything to show yet.
I use common sense approach while building the business and also be in strong communication with my upline so that I can do it right. People use social media to connect with their family and friends, and I want them to connect with me as well. So what I want to share is the content that is authentic, that is human, that is engaging about what I represent and what unique about me. We hope that we share something today, and we hope that we add value to you.
Hey, honey, did you want me to put a new case of excess in the fridge?
Yeah, go for it. What flavors do we have?
Well, we got citrus and summit, and it looks like we got this tropical one we haven't had yet.
I mean, I've had one or two.
There's there's only one in the fridge.
I can explain.
So I guess I should order another case next month.
Make it 3.
When you need a little pick me up in your day, grab a sugar free excess. Excess! It's excessively good.
I am just loving these little commercials. They are so cute. Now, to keep it moving, we would like to actually, talk a little bit about earlier. You guys got to hear from Diamond in the business, Stephanie Nawoki. I mean, she was speaking Spanish for you guys, and I don't know what she was saying, but it sounded great. And we just love her so much. So thank you for that. I'm sure that was very helpful. And to kind of keep it moving, thank you so much for the movers and shakers. That was a great half, wasn't it?
Definitely. I mean, there's two types of recognitions, right? You guys heard from emeralds in the business or emeralds in qualification. But then you also heard from emeralds in requalification. So the first recognition is always going to be a big, loud recognition when you go emerald. But the second recognition is very small, quiet recognition. But that one to me is a lot more important because that means that you didn't just do it for the recognition, but you're continuing to solidify that pin, right? So you guys ready for some more emeralds in qualification and in requalification? So we have a part 2 coming up. Here they are.
Hey BWW team, we are Girish and Rashmi Sriram from Cleveland, Ohio. Very, very excited. I know you guys are having a great time. And our uplines are Rashmi and Smita Jyoti Prakash, Ganesh and Rekha, Raj and Sangeeta, and all the way to Kanti and Natagala. And super excited about a lot of things happening as we move on to Founders Emerald and then on to Diamond. And we remember, in fact, one of the things that has helped us in the business is what we're going to talk about today is actually, which is reading. And when we got started in the business early in the game, I remember talking to our uplines, Rashmi, right? Not, of course, Rashmi here, but my upline mentor, Rashmi Jyoti Prakash, talking about the importance of reading. And he asked me a simple question. He said, "Hey, if I handed you a team of 10, would you be able to grow that to a team of 50 to eventually a team of 100, or would that shrink to maybe down to one or maybe even disappear, right? And that's because of how we think. So what he was trying to tell me is, that when we can think like the leaders of built large organizations, when we can develop those leadership skills, the communication skills, the people skills, and everything that it takes to be very effective in sponsoring, to connect with people, and to build large organizations, to think with just like successful people do, we would get the same results that they have. And of course, it's very easy. In fact, we don't even have to think. For neck down, right? And so neck down, with snacks lying around, whenever you get some, it's based on impulse. So it's very easy to go wide. You just eat some chips here and there, all that. And we don't want to go wide in that fashion, right? And so we had to make a conscious decision to invest neck up, a little bit of time. And so we had to replace some of our habits, right? The habit maybe being on the phone, and the time of that we spend reading things which would not really help us, to replace those habits into reading habits. And of course, it was not something I wanted to do after school. Okay, but when we knew that that would help us, and gradually, as we started doing that, today we love that. We love reading, and in fact, if you see the collection of books behind us, we in fact, when it's in front of us, right, it's very always out there, standing out. So sometimes it's quite easy to just pick a book and start reading. And here is Rashmi coming at you. And as we read and think the same way, we are able to grow in the business together. So here is Rashmi coming at you.
Hey team, what a phenomenal spring leadership. Very excited. And, when I joined this opportunity, when our appliance and BWW, said that I have to read books, I'm thinking, really, do I have to really read books again? I just read so many books in college. And I also was reading all kinds of magazines. I used to read the Vogue, and there's another magazine called 17. I'm like, do I really have to read books again? In this opportunity. And so, Appliance recommended Magic of Thinking Big. And this is one of the books, that I was told to read. And definitely this book, once I started to read, it opened my vision and how to think big and how to dream big. And I started to get really excited reading that book, but I also had to figure out how to transfer myself to read all BWW books, because I was also reading novels. I slowly started to read this book, and I would start reading in the night, at least 10 to 20 minutes each night. If not in the night, I would, read in the morning, at least 10, 15 minutes when I first wake up. And gradually I increased it. And, in today's time, we're always on the phone and, usually using WhatsApp and other social media. I would definitely, it would take a discipline to, put my phone away, and I would just read at least 15, 20 minutes each night. And with this opportunity, we're dealing with all kinds of people with all kinds of personalities, but definitely reading did help me to understand other people's personalities and where they're coming from. And we're just totally pumped up about this opportunity, and phenomenal spring leadership, and just totally excited.
Awesome team. As we know, leaders are leaders first. And so let's make that one of the best friends that we can have as a good habit. And let's grow and make it happen.
Hi, BWW team. We are Sriram and Jyoti from Los Angeles, California. Our sponsors are Sapphire, Sheryar and Samira Taher. Our upline diamonds are Alan and Jenny Figueredo, and founders Double Diamonds, Manipal and Renuka Reddy. And we have a story to share with you on where we were a few short years ago in business, the work we did, and the path that we are on now. So we were out of Emerald qualification, looking to requalify our Emerald business. We had 5 partner honoring legs coming around. And obviously we were frustrated. We wanted to set our foundation. And we went through a body of work where over 2 to 3 years, we did close to 300 personal meet and greets, and launched around, went from 5 partner honoring legs to 15 partner honoring legs. We went from being out of Emerald qualification to in Founders Emerald qualification, running Ruby side volume consistently month after month outside of our Founders Emeraldship. And we're just very excited where our business is headed. So we want to share with you how Huddle Play Huddle has really helped pivot our business. Here is Sriram.
So let me take a deeper dive into our journey, right? I remember I started doing a body of work. I remember taking 60 people through the process, and guess how many we launched out of that? zero, zero, right? Not one, not two, zero. And I remember sitting with Alan and Jenny crying, right? Jyoti crying, me, we were sitting in and out. I couldn't handle her crying. So I started eating burgers. She cried more. I ate more burgers. She cried even more. I double doubles even more, triple triples even more. Fine, I said, I can't handle this, right? Because I have the emotional range of a teaspoon. But at the end of the day, Alan and Jenny said, listen, maybe you're just doing a lot of work and you're not really communicating with us, right? So they said, maybe you should start communicating with us a lot more so that we can help you get better at your craft. Because old version of Sri Ram and Jyoti, guess what? Let's just be Tarzan, let's just work, we'll find the right people. But it's not just about finding the right people, it's about becoming the right person, right? So, because old Sri Ram and Jyoti, you throw the basketball, it doesn't go in, you throw the basketball, it doesn't go in, you throw the basketball, you keep throwing, you start blaming the net, you start blaming sunspot activity, you start blaming the ball, but you blame everything but yourself, right? So, new Sri Ram and Jyoti said, hey, maybe we should start looking at ourselves in the mirror and start trying to get good instead of looking good, start trying to be impressive instead of impressing our upline, right? And the only thing that was being impressive is what? A lot of people, a lot of mass, a lot of legs. So as we got good at our craft, over the next 300 MGs, next 300 people we took through the process, we were able to launch 30 out of them, right? 10 of them are around, they're partner ordering, and that's how we went from 5 partner ordering legs to 15 partner ordering legs, right? Lessons learned along the way: no communication, no growth. More communication, more growth. Lesson number two: nothing can replace a large body of work because you can't huddle on one appointment. We need a lot of appointments to huddle on so we can get better at our craft. Lesson number three: that we learn to not just huddle on the external journey of doing work, but we learn to huddle on the internal journey. Because guess what? You put a lot of people together, you put a team together, there are going to be personality issues, conflict issues with other people. There are going to be doubts between ourselves, differences of opinion between us. So we learned, hey, listen, when we run into issues, default thought pattern is make the 411 call so that 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road, we don't make the 911 call. Okay. Lesson number two: a little over a year ago, guess what? Things shut down, pandemic, COVID, moving online, lot more money for VCS, lot wonderful products that Amway is coming up with. Guess what? Hey, how do we navigate this journey? Same default thought pattern. Let's call up Alan and Jenny, right? And they helped us, right? They helped us navigate that. They helped us work very well on social media and other things. And because of that, we've gone to having Ruby side outside our Founders Emeraldship, 9 legs at 1,000 and up. And I know Diamond is just a matter of time. So lessons we learned along the way. The sooner we huddle, the sooner we can pivot, and the sooner we can start getting good and start getting results. Because not huddling is truly the path to the dark side. Not huddling leads to no results. No results leads to confusion. Confusion leads to stagnation, and eventually stagnation leads to quitting. Right? Huddling is truly the path to the light side, because huddling leads to growth leads to mass leads to leaders, and eventually leaders are going to lead us to dimension. So lesson that we have learned: huddle pretty much on everything. Guess what? We huddled on this conversation. We huddled on this talk that we're going to do. So guess what? We huddled about huddling, multi-level huddling, right? And we know that Diamond is just a matter of time for us, just like Diamond is just a matter of time for you. Let's fill coliseums around the world. Let's blow up these Zoom calls and have 100,000 people in the next couple of years on these calls. Over and out. Let's get Diamond done.
Thank you.
Hi guys, we are Deepak and Aarti Khare from Hillsborough, New Jersey. We are sponsored by Sanjeev and Deepa Gupta, and we are part of Kankan and Shamina Bhattacharya's Double Diamond Express. By background, both of us are engineers. Aarti is a software engineer, and I am a mechanical engineer. We own a successful and thriving IT consulting and software development company for over 2 decades, and we're extremely excited about our Amway business. Today, we want to talk about how to set the right foundation for your business when you're just getting started in it, how to set a profitable and good business to begin with.
Absolutely. Just like Deepak said, we are so excited to be here, to have this opportunity to be on the BWW stage and talk to all of you this afternoon. Truly, truly blessed to be part of this organization and, where we are going with our business. And just like Deepak said, this business opportunity is an amazing opportunity with so many awards and rewards. And yeah, and as you're getting started brand new in the business, we want you to know that you have these in store for you. Especially at this time, Amway has set up so many incentives for you as a brand new IBO, and these incentives can really make a big difference to your profit potential. So one of the most exciting awards they have at this point is the Fast Track. And this award, we want you to learn more about it, but you can avail of this in the first 6 months of your business. They also have something called as the customer sales incentive, which can go up to 10%. And they also have a PV uplift on every PV that you sell to a registered customer. And this PV uplift is about 10% of every customer sale that you sell to a registered customer. And when you add up all these can add up to substantial profits in your first 6 months in the business. How many of you would be excited about making two, three, an extra $400-500 in your first few months in the business? And you can start paying for many of your business expenses, and even start making some profit. So we are excited about this opportunity and where we are going with it. And we know that even as you set up yourself for a successful long-term business, you're going to make some short-term profits by learning about the products, developing customers, and having a great foundation for a business. With that, here's Deepak.
Yeah, guys. Then I'll tell you the story about my first sale in the business. I was very new, and I went to a friend of mine, and I wanted to sell him a toothpaste. And I sat with him. I said, "Hey, I can sit here and talk to you for next 1 hour about how good this toothpaste is, or you could just buy it, and I'm using it, so you're gonna like it. If you like it, you keep it. If you don't like it, you don't buy it next time, or you could even return it." So that was my first sale. And it's not the amount of money that I made through it, but it's what I learned from that process. I learned that I learned some communication skills. I learned I was able to develop the mindset for owning a business. And that's something which was more important, because I learned that it's not important how much you earn in the beginning, but it's more important how much you learn, right? And then as you grow in the business, guys, just remember that you do want to make money in this business. You start this business to make money, but don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Make some money, but at the same time, make sure that remember why you got started in this business, your long-term success, how you can learn and develop the right skills, all the resources that you have from your upline, from the BWW, from Amway, all the different resources you have, right? Invest in them so that you can learn the business and you can grow it for the long term. Remember, the highest reward for a man's dedication to excellence is not what he gets from it, but what he or she becomes through it. So with that, go Diamond.
Hi, Britkala team. This is Diva and Latha from Toronto, Canada. We are full-time IBOs. Our coaches and mentors are Arna and Talaka and Kanti and Latha Gala. We are so excited to talk about effective promotions. Okay. There are 4 areas we are going to talk. One is BWW, second one is Amway, third one is Uplines, fourth one is Quality Team. Here, Latha.
Thank you, Diva. First of all, we want to thank our BWW leaders and our line of sponsorship for giving us this opportunity to talk on this Brit Gala Spring Leadership. Special thanks to our EDCs Arna and Tilaka, Shushila and Pushpa Mishra, EDC Madhucheda, and our crowns Kanti and Lata Gala. Anything we promote first time, we have to believe in that, and we have to know why we are doing. And then we have to see how it's going to help the other person or the team. After that, we have to explain to them what are the benefits they are going to get from there. And we have to talk with enthusiasm. First, we promote always 70% action, 20% huddle play huddle, 10% core. When we are accountable to ourselves and when we are consistent, our growth will increase by 65%. Then if we are accountable to somebody else and let them know what we are doing every day, that will increase by another 30%. Second one is mastering the process step. When we are growth is high, we can mastering the process step become very doable. And we always focus on 5 mg1 per week, and we recognize people who does 3 mg1 also. Third one is becoming a partner owner in IBO. Sometimes people miss some steps. We help them and we explain to them and they become partner owner in IBO. After that, we help them to have 6, 9, 12 partner owner in legs. That means Eagle, Eagle Plus, and Double Eagle. After that, any qualification they take, they start, they can qualify continuously. Diva has many things to share. He is my best friend and becoming best friend to many BWW leaders. Here is Diva.
Awesome, Lata. Thank you. Second one, we are going to talk about Amway. Amway 300 PV promotion, we do big time. In our whole organization, 300 PV promotion, we do all the time. And out of that, 60% has to be VCS. This is what we promote. But we promoted so well and it has gone over 70%. Second one is Ditto. That is very simple. If I have a house, I collect the rent in the first of the month. If I have a business, I want to collect the money first of the month. Third one is all founders pin, Q12s, rubies, and founders emeralds and founders diamond. We have 4 years in a row founders emerald. Next year is our diamond and founders diamond year. And we have so many Q12s in qualification, so many founders sapphires in qualification, so many rubies in qualification. We are super excited. And fourth one is all Amway tools. Resource Center, we love it. And the Amway app, oh, so good, the new app. Third one is My Shop. And we have a shop in Canada, we have a shop in USA. Third one, we want to talk about upline. Okay, upline's mindset. We want to catch number one, upline's mindset. Number two, work ethics. How we can catch upline's work ethics. Third one is modeling. If we can model upline strengths, we are in the real game. Fourth one is huddle play huddle. All groups, all IBOs grow, not a single exception who huddle with their uplines. Fourth one is team. There are 4 areas: values, culture, quality, and vision. Values, authenticity is our value. Okay, we follow to the dot. The second one is culture. Okay, what is our culture? Are we treating people nicely? Third one is quality. Only quality people, OQP. Fourth one is vision, where we are going. I hope we made some sense to you.
Hello, Brit team. Just excited to be here with you all. I'm Hari. My background is software engineer. This is my wife, Anita. Used to be
don't necessarily get as distracted as others tend to. Yeah.
So your true teaching manual for helping people is your example.
Yeah, I could say that because I remember in my beginning days in business, I would crack my head over how do I get somebody to do this, how to get somebody to do that. I would sit down and wonder based on my leadership, I'd read books to try to get people who are never ever going to do it to do it. And fact of the matter is, I've heard from my upline company has taught me that you can't say enough of the right things to the wrong person. You can't say enough of the wrong things to the right person.
Correct.
And you could say that in dropping a message, doing meet and greets, or you can even say that to IBOs who are either going to do it or they're not going to do it.
Right.
So at the end of the day, if someone wants to get distracted, I just let them rock out, and someone who wants to run with us, and I let them run with us. That's it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Now, I'll get to ask my question now.
Sure.
So I can't begin to express to you, and for those of you guys who are listening back at home, Corey is really a living legend in my life. He's a role model to me. He was a father figure to me. I originally got started in business in the beginning days of my business was at the Calendar Open.
I remember seeing
in
you.
Holtsville, Pennsylvania.
I visited one time, and I saw you and Stephanie there.
And so from that to seeing you on stage, to even when I was in my diamond run, going, and I'm not gonna say that there was a gap because I don't think there was, but it changed my life to see a man of color, do this, and to see you on stage become successful, to see your hands get raised, it really mentally clicked for me. So we could sit down and beat around the bush and say that skin color doesn't matter, but to a certain point, it really does. I love the fact that I can relate to somebody. Now, people of color, specifically a man of color, there are certain unspoken but well-known mental shackles that we kind of go through.
Yeah.
Question I have to ask you, and I'm gonna read it because I wrote this down.
Sure.
So, why do you feel that some people who come from the inner city, specifically men of color, if you don't mind me asking that way, so
no problem.
why
I am a
is
man
it-
of color.
Yeah. So why is it that some men of color get out of the inner city while some don't? And do you feel like you were a chosen one, you were different, or did you choose? You're based on your decisions. I know we all have friends that stay in that certain situation.
Correct.
But you got out. So why do you feel that way?
Well, great question. It's not like I haven't heard this before, but maybe not asked that way. So I'll start with I chose myself. I don't think anybody's chosen. I think you have to choose yourself. So Dolores and I can only speak for me because I had a little bit more of a rough beginning than she did. So I chose myself, and I grew up in the inner city. Obviously, there's different slang words for it.
Yeah.
But I grew up in a city where I grew up in an apartment building, not a house. Elevators. No grass. Grew up with concrete. When I finally saw grass, I'm like, what is this? So
yeah. The only grass scene was like through the cement.
Yeah, exactly. Every one of my family members, other than maybe my grandmother, had a home. Everybody had apartments. So I grew up in inner city. Meaning inner city means it was crowded.
guardian angel, showed me the opportunity. I got in for the money. Little did I know that everything else that came along with it, all the intangibles of mentorship, a father figure, other people of color like yourself, role models I can emulate, changed my life. And not full time. My mom's also. I was able to tell my mom she doesn't need to work anymore. My wife's also full time biz with me. My son will never ever have to deal with problems that we had
It's
to deal
amazing.
with.
Right.
So yeah, I mean,
Right.
thank God for the Amway business. Thank God for worldwide system.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I would be right now.
I mean,
I might be dead right now.
Yeah, I don't know where I would be. Ray always says you'd be in jail. I'll be in the next cell. No doubt about
This
it.
is true. I mean,
Because those were the choices we had.
Yeah.
Like Ray and his brother Joe, they grew up with a single mom. They lost their dad, the Miller brothers. And then me and my brother lost our dad. So there was so much relatability. And I was like, wow, if they can do it with their story, then we can do it with our story. We were just maybe two different complexions, but we were going in the same direction.
Yeah.
Makes sense? So would you say, Nick, that, how has being an entrepreneur and having an entrepreneurship family really benefited you and your family?
Everything. Who I am as a man. My finances, if it were not for this business, I do not know if my finances would be at the point that it's at right now. Who I am as a man, the father that I am, the son that I am, the husband that I am. I mean, everything financially, the blessings are just amazing, but the intangibles are really where it's at. I'm a man of God. I really do believe now because of this business, which is interesting, to say the least. I mean, my mom doesn't need to work. She's 70 something years old. I was
Bless
able
her
to,
heart, man.
I was able to
I
tell
love
her,
your mom. She
yeah,
gives the
she's
greatest
amazing.
hugs.
Your mom's awesome too.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, everything. And if it were not for this, I don't know where we would be. So I'm really appreciative.
Excellent. I mean, Dolores and I, we believe the same
I'm
thing.
sure the same thing for, yeah.
Yes, and having a Buddhist background, we knew that cause and effect was everything for us. So I was getting bad effects because I was doing bad things. So all of a sudden I had to start making good causes in my life. And as I started to do that over time, I started to see, the good effects that I was looking for in the people around me, the people in my life. We're fortunate to have very good finances and be able to do things that others can't do. But we're not done.
Of course.
We so much to do. And I never built this business to really impress anybody. I didn't do it to impress people in this business, out this business. I built this so that I leave a memory for my family. Make sense? And we just couldn't go around life trying to please people, because then you waste your life never pleasing yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what was important to us. So entrepreneurship has been amazing.
Yeah, big time. One of the intangibles too has been impact, because I've always wanted to be a man of significance. I wanted Nick Nwoki not just to be somebody who just came and left, but honestly, kind of like a Forever Young type of idea, where it's like my name is said beyond my time.
Beyond your time.
And I think about the impact you had in my life, and you might not have known that at that time, that there was this young cat just watching you from afar. But now, because of what you've done, now Steph and I are where we're at. Our families are 100% a lot better off. Our team is a lot better off. And that just echoes into eternity. I want to have that effect on somebody else as well. So,
well, you being watched too, brother.
Yeah, and that's a responsibility I take.
100% been watching your
seriously.
upline as long as I've been in the business. Kanti and Lata and Kumar and Anjali and Kankan and Samina, Madhu Chetan. I had the privilege of meeting them many times. And it was great seeing them on stage when I was watching that stage, because it's the same complexion. Going in the same direction. And even though my upline are not the same complexion, but we all love each other. And today, what's going on in this world, we got to get people to understand it ain't going on in this world. We're creating a world.
Completely different.
And it's sad what's going on. It hurts my heart. I know what's
There's
going on.
a lot of divisiveness.
Absolutely. But we're making sure that we're not doing that here, and we're creating a unified, like a UN community of business owners.
No, seriously, big time.
100%.
Yeah, big time.
So what would you say, Nick, kind of like wrapping up a little bit. I know you may have a question as well, because you've got amazing upline, amazing mentors, right? Male and female. Okay. And this question is probably loaded because there's so many people that gave you many advice. But what would you say is some of the top advice, the best advice you've received from your mentor? Because mentorship obviously is where we hang our hat on here. It's global in our mentorship, and it's global with Amway and what we do, and they assist us. It's amazing we can have business internationally because of Amway and BWW. So that's a global movement. So what would you say is the greatest advice? Because listen, man, I was in the pit. Yeah, right? When you and Stephanie were dressed up, going up them 8 steps, about to get recognized with yourselves and your upline and your family. And I was watching. Jason wasn't there yet, but I saw your sister-in-law, Stephanie's little sister, your mom, her mom, like crying, and I watched that, brother. And so many people wanted to do what you've done, but to get there, what was the greatest advice you got?
I would say, as to wrap it up here, but there's a lot. I remember a Eagle qualifier. We started going around in different diamond homes, and we wrapped it up at my upline's Shivram and Angie Kumar's home. And he pulled us all my Eagles at that point. I think we only had like maybe 15 or 20 Eagles. And he said,
Only.
Yeah. So, hey, nothing could stop you from the outside. I could see you guys are a unified team. You guys have growth. The morale is up. The only thing that'll ever stop you guys is yourself. And he said, he leaned in, he looked at me, he said, don't ever do something stupid. And he walked away. That's how Kumar does. He drops a nugget and he just bounces. And
He wants it to marinate.
yeah. So what he meant by that was never break the cardinal rules, because usually when somebody makes it big, it's usually themselves who does something stupid for it to all fall apart. And if you take a look at greats in and out outside his business,
Yes.
a lot of the times people just end up doing something dumb. And at the end of the day, it's the cardinal rules
Yeah.
in this business. So as long as you stay focused, youth, that's a really, really loaded answer, loaded question,
it's
loaded
tough.
answer. But we have to wrap it up at this point.
Yeah. How much we have? Done.
Done. So I would say I'm looking forward to some more of these conversations.
sir.
I'm looking forward to talking some more. And here's one thing. For all of you guys back at home, BSM Pro is where it's at. You'll be able to hear all these type of conversations. We might even continue this conversation another
Absolutely.
time. But Corey, this has been just a spectacular time with you. Thank you so much.
100%, man. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we rocked.
That's it.
Bam.
Boom.
Boom.
That was such an incredible discussion done by Corey and Nick. And I can really resonate with everything that was said there as a woman of color, a woman of African American descent. But before that, I do want to mention we do have information on the screen where you can actually send some of your takeaways. I'm super excited to be sharing some of them with you guys very soon, so keep sending them in. But before that, what Corey and Nick spoke about, I want to shed some light on that because, being mentored by a man of color such as Nick, he's always taught me that, it's not about being, you have to know the difference between being a thermostat and a thermometer. A thermometer is someone who, is someone who basically they are the ones who have the temperature in the room, but you have to be able to set the temperature. He's always taught us that a good coach tells you everything you need to know just on the field, but a great coach tells you what you need to know on and off the field. And he's always told me not to walk around with a victim mentality and always walk around with a victor mentality. He's always taught us that, even though you live in the hood doesn't have to live in you. And it's not about where you come from, but it's about where you're going. And I'm so glad that I can be a testimony for that. And that's all thanks to the BWW system for being that thermostat for us, for basically being able to set that temperature as opposed to telling us what the temperature is. So with that, I actually want to bring up the next speakers. We have some diamonds coming up. These are people who have hit the diamond level in business, who we all look up to and aspire to be. So I recommend listen and take some notes. So here they are, diamond chips.
Hey, Brit team, this is JP Ritu Kapoor from Chicago, Illinois. We are so excited to talk to you guys. So excited to be part of this BWW Spring webinar. And I'm telling you guys, if you're out there, hungry, looking to grow your business, I can tell you this webinar could be the turning point. We are here to just quickly share our journey Our journey has been phenomenal in this business. In fact, by background, I have a engineering degree and a master's, and she has a master's too. But I remember vividly working for a Fortune company in Detroit, Michigan, and getting laid off just like that. In fact, my son was just born, and now he's 19. In fact, both my kids, Anisha and Jeet, are running the show here. But that changed our life because when I got laid off, I started to realize that, man, if in my 30s, if I can lose my job, what if this happens in my 40s and 50s? And that's when we got serious about this business. So along the way in our journey, we learned few things, and we're going to quickly share it with you. So here it is to Ritu.
Hello, Brit team. This is Ritu coming at you. We are going to share some of the things that we followed for ourselves that gave us success in our journey. And the topmost thing was the dream. It's very important to have a dream, and sometimes people are really confused, what is a dream, and they have a lot of things that they put in their dream folder, but actually a dream is something that is a need and not a want. The difference is want is a want. And if times are hard, then you don't want it anymore. But need is something that's a necessity. That doesn't matter what you need it, you are going to achieve it, and no distraction is going to stop you. So that is a true dream that we had to identify for ourselves. And in our case, it was very simple. We were forced to dream because, like JP said, a situation hit us and we were forced to dream because we didn't want that situation to ever happen in our life. And then both of us sat together and we figured out the three non-negotiable things that we need in our life, and we put that on our vision board. We had a system in place to remind us, our phones, our bathroom mirrors, our fridge doors. There are a lot of ways where you can keep it to have a constant reminder. And if there's any distraction or somebody say something to you, look at your dream, and that need will motivate you to move forward. And with that, back to JP for the rest of the talk.
All right, great guys. So we had to realize that what brought us where we are is not going to take us where we want to be. So the next thing was we immersed ourselves in the education system. We got really hungry for knowledge. Be it any association, be it any books, BSM talks, we got busy educating ourselves, trying to pick these little nuggets so we could start changing ourselves and use it for creating success in our business. Next thing what we did was we put a plan in place with our business coach. Our amazing uplines, Rashmi and Smita. I remember so vividly, we were all discouraged and disappointed because I was not finding a job for a long time. They told us that, man, if anybody who can do this business and become successful, it's you guys. And that was enough for us. So we sat down, we put a plan in place, and we worked the plan on daily basis, no matter what. I had read somewhere recently, don't judge the day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds you sow. We started sowing seeds like crazy, be it creating volume, creating teams. We were sowing seeds as if there was no tomorrow. And obviously in your journey, get ready to be tested. We got tested. I vividly remember whenever we put a goal in place, we were always tested. We were tested with either money challenges or health challenges, people quitting on us. We thought somebody will become a big pin in our business, and they decided to quit. We faced challenges, guys. But as Ritu said, we got back to our dream. We fueled ourselves up on daily basis, and we got busy. And honestly, guys, when you have situations, you have challenges, be bold, be strong. The mantra that I used was I would go in front of the mirror and I would look at myself and say, hey, you know what? I'm a champion. I will not be denied. I'm going to get it done. We are good people with good heart, and we serve people, and we're going to find our champions. And that kept us going on daily basis. And of course, when you feel that you're stuck, your team is not growing, your volume is not growing, your structure is not falling in place, okay, we always leaned onto the system. We always leaned onto our business coaches, and we always found answers. This is not rocket science, guys. We're not trying to put a rover on Mars. Okay, few things in this business: we create volume, we build teams, And of course, we have the right structure, so we are profitable. So we focused on that. Did we find success? Absolutely yes. We found champions in our organization. You're going to hear from Craig and Kerry Klickner. They have a humongous organization. I remember we were doing so much of work in Detroit, we found them in St. Louis. We were doing so much of work in Detroit, we found Sumesh and Deepa in Atlanta, Georgia. We found Arvind and Monica in Detroit, Michigan. We found champions after champions. We found Uday and Shilpa, and of course in their team there is Shekhar and Vandana, brand new. You'll see them in the next month or so, brand new platinums, and I can go on and go on, guys. We right now have currently buzzing organization in multiple countries, and our journey continues. We're excited about that. Our next destination is EDC starting September of 2021. But you know what, guys? Our final destination is what Kanti and Lata have achieved. A true life of significance. They are, I follow them on Instagram, and what a phenomenal life they have. You pick any aspect of life, be it, faith or family or finances or fitness or fun, all key pillars of life, they are the ultimate leaders in that area. So we're very excited to share, our journey with you. But you know what? We're more excited is we just can't wait to hear your journey, your story as to how you started your journey. How did you start your entrepreneurial venture, and how did you become successful in this platform?
Hello, Brit Gala team. This is Firosh Nilafar coming at you from Toronto, Canada. I'm sure you guys are having a great time at the Brit Gala Spring Leadership. Enjoyed Friday and having a great time Saturday. Looking forward to a great Saturday evening. And we're just so pumped up in spite of things happening around us. Things are just moving on, and we're just grateful and count our blessings every day, guys. We've been a long time in the business, and one of the things that we would like to say is, stay innocent in the business at every level is one of the things we would recommend you to do, especially in today's times, because everything is moved to digital, and we have to unlearn, learn, and relearn so many things, guys. So always have that cup half empty so that people can pour into you, so that you can learn. And if you're new in the first 30 to 90 days, guys, be willing to listen and learn to the person who you're engaging partner, so that they can help you to the next levels in the business, and make something out of it, because we'll come with our job backgrounds, guys, but we don't know a whole lot of how to build this business. So be willing to listen, be willing to change, be willing to associate, and just be willing to be there so that others can pour into you. So in turn, you can grow you so that you can grow your business. What's it, Firosh?
I absolutely agree with you, Nilüfer. When we got started in the business, one of the things that we had to overcome or to understand in the business is that we have a system to follow. So I didn't have to be a marketing guy or any other guy. I just have to be innocent enough to know why I want to build a business. And once I understood that I didn't want to work for somebody else for the rest of my life, everything fell in place. And I said, I found something that I was actually praying for. I was looking for something that I can control my time and money. And if you're one of them, man, welcome to the team, because we have an excellent opportunity with Amway and Brit Worldwide. There is no better opportunity, in my opinion, outside. What I saw in this is I'm going to use the products the rest of my life. I'm going to use it. Now, there's one other thing is I may use shampoo, I may not use shampoo, but I'm going to use other products for sure. So I want to let you know that there is a lot of hope in the business. There are people who have been successful in the business over long time ago. It's been 40 years that Brit Worldwide has been in business, and 61 years that Amway has been in business. So I didn't want to try some new business starting up now and they're going to try with me. I know this business works, and that was very clear in my mind. Okay, if I keep following the people who have helped me in the business, I tremendously appreciate it. Because when I got started in the business, Nilüfer, forget everybody else, my friends and family, Nilüfer even did not believe I could build this business. So I had to learn to be negatively motivated, because she didn't know whether I will be able to do or not. She never stopped me from building the business, but I never had the guts to believe that I could do it. But I had the simplicity in me. My friend, who the person who sponsored me in the business, Sajid and Intizar Sayed, they are the people who actually believed in me more than we believed in ourselves. And that's what actually encouraged us and motivated us to move on in life and move on in the business. And we took small steps. We didn't make a big deal about it. Things that we don't understand, we just laughed it out and we said, hey man, we'll do next time better. Because in our own enterprise, what you're looking for is you're not starting with zero every time, or you're not starting from the beginning. Every time you fail and you start again, you're learning with experience. You're coming up with experience and starting again. So if you have that dream, if you have that hope, most importantly, if you have that speed of trust, that you quickly build a trust with the person who is helping you, you'll be very, very excited to go to the next steps in the business. Nilofer, you want to say? Next.
Absolutely, guys. Every level you grow, also, you just need to be willing to learn from somebody who's gone ahead of us. Because when we think that Bill Britt used to, I have heard Bill Britt always say that, after you've learned everything, when you're willing to learn, that's when you start growing in the business again, guys. So if you think you know everything, or especially some of us get jaded after being in business for a few years, and we think we know everything. So we're not willing to listen. But that listening skill is the biggest thing. That's why we're given one mouth, 2 ears. But most of the time, especially as women, we use it the other way around, guys. So the more we use our five senses in this business, and the most important one is the common sense, then we will go out, guys. Yesterday's market got us to where we are today. But today's global economy, guys, is going to make us go further in this business, guys. We wish you God speed and all the best to each one of you guys. Thank you for listening, and we are just so glad that we have a Raj and Sangeeta in our lives, Kulin and Meena, Kanti and Lata, and a Bill and Peggy Britt to have us where we are in life today. Thank you.
Absolutely, I'm very much with you, Nilofer, and I can tell you this was one of the best decisions I made, one of the best decisions we made to build this business. And please don't listen to people who don't believe in you. Be around people who believes in you, and your plan is one of them that believes in you. All the best to every one of you. Bye-bye.
Hello team, this is Balanta coming at you from Dallas, Texas. Proud to be an awesome organization of Ganesh and Rekha Shenoy. Want to show you how to make extra money from my business. I still remember Mr. Milan Pant when he was speaking. He said there's Amway Corporation, and top of that we have the employees. And top of the employees are independent business owners like you and I. And top of us are the customers. Now, how well the customers are serviced by independent business owners is all that is. We have verified customer sales through Amway. What does it take to have verified customer sales? The retail registration should include name, address, and a valid telephone number. That is it. When the person purchases anything, comes as a VCS for IBOs. What are the benefits of VCS? We get a 20% increase in customer sales incentive, fast track program where regular IBOs can make up to $800 extra, and brand new IBOs can make $1,100 extra. Also, we have a PVP uplift of 11.11%, and also we have a Q12 incentive. For example, a person makes less than 30% VCS gets $12,000 incentive, and a person who makes 80% and above VCS gets $21,000. $9,000 difference right there. These are good. Let me show you an example. Let's say a brand new IBO called A registers and does only 50 PV, maybe perfect pack and excess or whatever, right? And has 3 customers though, each of them doing the same 50 PV. That means A has already got 350 PV, that's 150 PV in verified customer sales already. Plus her 50 comes to 200 PV. Her income is going to be $196. $196. Even the month a person gets started can make in this example. Let's say if A registers 3 new partners, Ivan, Bob, and Oscar. Let's say they do the same thing as A did, 200 points with 3 customers. Because of VCS, A makes $484. Amazing. All these are okay. But how do you get new clients? How do you invite more customers? Anta and I, when we start the process appointments, we have the mind open for clients. Of course, the person who qualifies and the process appointments becomes an independent business owner. But if it's not qualified, we always make sure the person becomes a retail customer. That's all that it takes. It's simple. Right now, I think right now it's either 75 or 78% VCS right now. Our goal though is 85% plus is our goal. We can definitely do that. The thing is, the whole LOS understands it is going to be the best. That's all that it takes. The thing is, when you remember this, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Always think high. The greater success you think, the more closer you're going to go towards it. But the lower a person thinks, unfortunately, the person is going to go low. It is a phenomenal business and a great VCS there too. Increases our income. Make the best use of that and increase your VCS. And it's a wonderful conference. You are hearing so many speakers. Wonderful nuggets have been coming on. Take notes. And also, wonderful speakers are coming after us. Take a lot of notes on that too. And come and join us.
Hello, BritColor team. So excited to be here. We are Suresh and Sandhya. So excited about all of our appliance, Dalpat and Sudha Mistry, and Kulin and Meena Desai, our mentors, and all the way to Crowns, Kanti and Lata Gala. What a phenomenal time that we are having. And we are going to share a few minutes on the topic of power of spoken words. And this is something that we learned by being with the Bill Britt's teachings of the three powers, one of the best powers that we exhibited and applied in all our areas, all areas of our life. And this is speaking future into existence. Speak what you want and don't speak what you don't want. And that is a principle which is based on how you are programming your subconscious mind of your brain using the spoken words. And that's the science behind it. And we also learned from one of the BWW books of what to say when you talk to yourself. And now when you're starting to get excited about this whole success that's happening, now the great time to start putting together your own self-talk. Take your appliance help if you want to fine-tune a few things. When you start speaking it, initially, you probably may not have belief in what you're speaking. That is okay. And that is where we started off. But we learned also by repeating it over and over again, we start increasing the belief. Now, when you start putting together the self-talk like that, and in all areas of your life, not only in business, in relationship, in finance and health, and that started working, and we start developing it one at a time. Now, when you start speaking, some of you might be already doing it. Now, you must be thinking, where do I start if you're new, is to know how to develop a proper speech pattern. Now, in the real life, when you're told and facing some circumstances, and people, normally tend to say, I don't know, maybe I don't, I cannot, and things like that. Now, watch out for it. What you are giving power to, what words you're giving power to. You give authority to the words that you want to give is by converting that into I can, I am, I'm willing to, I'm overcoming, I'm figuring it out. Those kind of things will start giving you a personality of what you call, attracting people towards you, the words that you speak. There's a lot of power in it. Now, when you're starting to speak, start internalizing with an emotion, that feeling you attach to those words, then it becomes more powerful. Now, if you start visualizing certain goals and certain dreams that you're speaking about, now you can imagine that visualization of having already accomplished it, how excited you will be. You will put that emotion behind those words. Now that becomes more powerful. Now, what you do is obviously after speaking it, to make it in a reality, you start putting the work behind it. Now that is where you start developing a proper work ethic. Now you back it up with a work ethic, and you are looking at putting the effort. It is going to be very powerful when you start speaking the right words, and it's enabling you that power within you to unleash the potential. We are all made for greatness. Now, Bill Britt taught us, to bring out the best potential in all of us using the spoken words.
And that is exciting thing. We are seeing the results not only just in our lives, in our team and the people around us. And that's what we recommend to take hold of this and make your future happen the best possible way. And here is my diamond bride, Sandhya.
Thank you. Well, this was one of the challenging thing for me to do when we got started in the business, speaking your goals into existence, actually. So, but because growing up, we were told that don't speak before you achieve. Speak and then you achieve. Achieve and then you speak. So it was different. But then having done what we did, having used the power of spoken word, these are three things which really I got out of it. Number one is when you are new, when you are setting new goals in the business, most of the times you have this little doubt and fear in you, saying that, can I accomplish it? By speaking it, your subconscious will take it and then you will elevate yourself. And then you started believing it and you started attracting the right resources. And number two thing is, when you speak your goals, your coach knows exactly how to help you achieve them, and also your team will attach their goals to your goals so that they will elevate themselves and you will achieve your goals and they will achieve their goals too. And last but most important thing is in the area of relationship. When you start building new teams, it's more like building your kids up. When you speak how their future can be, how their business can be built, what you can see for them to accomplish, they will in turn get that power and go ahead and accomplish it. It's a great one. Go ahead and use it, accomplish it. We love you.
Hello, BWW team. This is Vishal and Sonika Jain from Nishanic Station in New Jersey. Really, really excited to be on this, Spring Leadership webinar for the Gala team. We're going to talk to you about a very, very important part of our business, which is creating volume. And the most important part about creating volume is your personal circle, which includes your personal consumption, your personal use, as well as your customer sales. See, our business is very simple. It's not complicated. And for us, we've been focused on this business for many years, and we've realized that if you want to create income from the business, you've got to start from the foundation of the business, which is, starting to use the products yourself and creating a good personal circle. So Sonika has a lot of wealth of knowledge, and she's, been involved with every aspect of the business. So she's going to give you her insights into this topic, and then I'll come and wrap it up. And here's Sonika.
Hybrid team, we are so excited to be speaking here on this virtual Brit stage, and what an amazing conference so far. And we are fired up about the rest of the weekend and looking forward to hearing from our awesome sponsors, Founders Diamonds, Kankan and Samina Bhattacharya, and all our amazing uplines. Vishal and I are equal partners in this business, so we both have equal responsibility to grow our personal circle. I remember when we were new in this business, I had some expensive makeup that Vishal got for me from Europe. But once we saw the big picture of this business, I didn't hesitate in giving that away and switching to artistry. I feel if you are passionate about your dreams and goals and 100% believe in this opportunity that we have with Amway and BWW, you will not care about any other brand. And anyway, what's more important to you? The brand of a toothpaste and soap and shampoo, or brand name shoes, bags, and cars that you dream about? If you're still hanging on to a favorite X brand product just because it's cheaper, basically you're telling your subconscious mind that you don't believe in what you are doing. And whatever you tell your subconscious mind comes true. So be careful. And the hardest person to convince is the person in the mirror. If you convince yourself, you can convince anyone. And you are the billboard of your own business, and you have to look the part. If you want to know more about what I'm talking about, I would highly recommend to read these two books, Household Gold and Prosumer Power. Vishal and I, until we got better at creating hustle volume, we became creative in increasing our personal use. We started using Nutrilite supplements, and it was mainly for the PV because we didn't care so much about our health in our 20s. But slowly we realized that in order to enjoy our wealth for a long time, we better get good health. Because of being plugged into the system, I learned that selling is not a bad word. Selling means sharing. It also means adding value to someone's life and also providing a solution for their problem. If you're excited about something, it's easy to talk about that. Now, if someone is complaining of joint pain and you give them a few samples of glucosamine joint health and it relieves them of their pain, imagine how much value you've added to their life. Amway has provided us with so many tools to increase our VCS. We have tools like the Amway Education app, Amway Resource Center app, Amway Education Facebook group, and also My Shop. All you have to do is make use of these tools that we have, and be resourceful to use these resources. Last thing I want to talk about is the Ditto delivery program, basically our auto ship program. Ditto delivery is a great way to make sure that every month you get everything you need right on time and you don't have to run to the store at the last minute. Ditto also helps you stay on a budget. Even better than Ditto is first day Ditto. When if you set your ditto for the first of the month, then every time you log into the website and look at your dashboard, you see your personal PV, and it increases your confidence to do more. But when you go on your dashboard and you see a big zero, then you feel the stress, and then also your mind is thinking more about how to generate your personal volume rather than focusing on networking. Once you become good at increasing your personal circle, you can teach others in your team to do the same and have a huge business. And with that, I'm done. And here is back to Vishal.
Awesome. Everybody in our business has an opportunity to switch to products available through this business, right? And that's really a no-brainer because we're already spending money elsewhere. So why not, redirect that money, that purchasing power that we have into our business? Because the higher the volume, the higher the income. If there's no product flow, no product volume, you're not going to make any income, right? So we understand that. Your personal use also, increases your expectation of customer sales because if you start using the products, it's easier for you to, talk to other people about them. And also, your personal use increases your success in the business because your expectation of results goes up. And the size of your dream is determined by the size of your commitment. So think about this. What toothpaste are you using today? What toothpaste did you use this morning? Are you spending money on eating out, buying coffee, or maybe taking takeout food, whatever it is? We all have some spendable income, and we want to make sure that we use it towards increasing our business volume rather than supporting someone else, right? If you just replace one of your meals with a meal bar and an excess, that comes to 44 PV a month for one person, and that is with only two products. So you imagine how much volume you can create easily, 200, 300, 500 PV really, right? So it becomes easier for you to start promoting the products and creating customers because you're using them, like I said. The goal is to create a minimum of three customers and create sales of a minimum $300 across these three customers or more, because that will legitimize your business and also create retail profit. And with the VCS, the verified customer sales, you also get a PVBV uplift. You are eligible for the CSI bonuses. There are many advantages of sharing a high quality products and creating customer volume. Now, as I said, our business is simple. Be determined, be consistent, and increase your customer volume. Use the products yourself and build a team. That's as simple as it can get, right? That's what Sonic and I have done to go diamond, and that's what we continue to do, and that's what we teach people in our team to do. So ours is a simple but very powerful business to make your dreams come true and to create financial flexibility, creating those choices, fulfilling your dreams and whatever you were looking for to achieve because of why you got involved in the business, really. So we love you guys, and we're looking forward to a great and bright future with all of you. And back to the awesome, dashing host, Cam and Isabel.
We are back in the podcast room, and I'm just so excited just to be in this type of setting. I mean, just to have everything here revamped, right, to this type of stature, and just everything, even the microphones. I mean, the clarity of the voice
that I'm getting from these microphones and these headsets. I mean, I could hear you. Not only can I hear you breathing, I could hear like your thoughts. You know what I mean? I could hear what you had for breakfast this morning. That's how clear these headphones are. So, but so far jam packed Saturday afternoon session. Okay, we're listening to just diamonds and above at this point, right?
Yeah.
So just the organization that we have completely stacked so far, right?
Right. I am absolutely in love with this room. It's such a great space to be in. But of course, not as much as I'm in love with you. But
Hmm.
I had to come
I heard
back
that
with
loud and
another one
clear.
after that joke you pulled in the podcast room before. So
Hmm.
we're going to get right to the takeaways. We actually got some really, really good ones, actually. So we have Boston and Joanni. It's not about finding the right people, it's also about being the right people.
Yeah.
Essentially saying, in order to find the right one, you have to be the right one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And I think we live in a world today where where we want everything to be handed right to us, right? We want everything to just be just be given.
Entitlement.
Entitlement, yeah. But I think the toughest thing is can you be right within first, right? How can you be right with everybody else if you can't be right within? You know what I mean?
Right. Awesome.
What
And
else? What
this
else do we
this
have?
this one is actually pretty cool. This one says from Rachel from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. She says 411 calls prevent monthly 911 calls.
Mm, mm. If I knew what 411 did, I would have a great response to that. But that sounded really
So,
intense.
so I think what she's trying to say, from my understanding, Stephanie has always taught us I can't help you with something if I don't know what you need help with. So if you actually come to your, mentor coaches with a problem, they can help you diffuse it. If you have like a little flame, they can help you diffuse it before it turns into a fire. What do you think?
Dang. Wow, I think I need to call 911 right now. Wow.
I'm just going based off of my mentors and what they've taught us. So
Rachel definitely has a master's.
yeah. And then here we go. It gets better. So we actually have Aldeberto and Jasmine from Bronx, New York. You can't make a professional income with a minimum wage work ethic. If we had the mic, I would actually drop it.
I would drop it. I'm about to unscrew this mic. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think we can do that. We're definitely gonna get a call
listen,
after this.
I mean, there's just seeing Bill Burt's LOS yesterday of all the diamonds. That is definitely not a minimum wage work ethic, and all of us are in business to be profitable in a sense, right? So we're looking to get out of this world of that minimum wage, as people say, right? So to get to that point, I'm looking at Bill Burt's LOS, and I'm like, I know it requires so much more work than what I'm already putting in. I mean, what I've done so far in the past couple of years we've been in business is nothing compared to what we need to do and continue to do, right, to get to that point, right?
Yeah, and just to keep it moving, we actually have Dan and Tal from San Jose, California. Everybody wants to make a professional income, but not everyone wants to make a professional level commitment.
San Jose.
I'm just speechless.
I mean, there's so many takeaways, right, that are so basic to many people, right? These are like basic things you can say, but most people forget that, it's the basics that people at even the diamond level are doing, right?
Right.
They're just probably doing a little bit, less, right? But everybody has to come back to the basics, right?
Right.
So I think we're ready to move on. These are some great takeaways. If you guys have the number, definitely keep it coming. But we're going to move on. We have a very special speaker coming up,
Absolutely.
right? And I remember one of my favorite memories with Kunkin and Samina was when we went gold for the first time. Okay, we just hit gold. I mean, like this was like maybe 10 minutes after we hit gold. Okay, this was like maybe midnight or so. And in the morning, they were on their way back from, I forget, I think it was California they were coming back from somewhere. And Nick texted us and said, hey, listen, Kunkin and Samina are headed to the airport. They need somebody to pick them up. I said, no problem. So we didn't even sleep, right? We did what we needed to do. And we head over, picked them up, got their luggage, and just car ride 10 minutes with Kunkin and Samina from New York Airport to their house. That just completely just revamped what I needed to do to keep moving forward. You know what I mean?
Right. And what I love about Kunkin and Samina is that not only are they diamonds, but they have their children building the business too. And from what I know, their children are not just ordinary IBOs, right? You want to talk about that for a little
listen,
bit?
I love my dad, and my dad does say some, and this is like, he says some corny jokes, right? Most of us have dads who say corny jokes, and we just don't laugh. I've seen Kunkin say jokes and his kids are just dying laughing, right? I'm like, I didn't have that type of relationship growing up. So to see the type of impact you have as a founder's diamond in business, to have that on your kids, I don't even think it had anything with him being a founder's diamond. I think just having him be the man that he is, the type of impact that he's had on his sons and where they are right now. I mean, his son is a Q12 Ruby in the business.
Right.
That's a little bit more than just what you've accomplished in Amway. You understand what I mean? So I'm looking forward to hearing them speak. Right? Like I said, they are founders diamonds in business. The type of business they have 3 diamond legs. Okay, multiple different diamonds, not just in the U.S. but even across. I think Singapore they had 2,000 people. Just crazy stuff, right? So we're about to hear from them, and I can't wait to kind of hear this topic. And they have a very special treat, so tune in, right?
Super
We can't wait to
excited.
see this. So here they are, founders diamonds from Greenbrook, New Jersey, Kunkin
Kankin
and
and
Samina
Samina
All
Bhattacharya.
right. All right. Wow. Well, we've been doing this webinars for a year now, and there's so much excitement, and they're becoming better and better. But this is the first time that we are speaking with a live audience, and I know that you want to see them. Well, they're right here. Okay, just yeah, just you guys can come in here. Yeah, come into the middle here. Yeah. You see these excited folks? We have a live audience this time, guys. And they've been watching each and every speaker. And I know that each and every speaker has been awesome. Thank you, Cam and Isabel, for that introduction. And not only that, you guys are a class act and pulling this whole function together, putting the weight of, carrying the weight of this entire function on your shoulders and bringing all that excitement. But you want to hear from these guys? Come on, guys. Yeah, this is what excitement is about. Yeah, freedom, baby. Yeah. And we also have diamonds in the audience here. We have, yeah, Stephanie. We have Stephanie. You want to say?
Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying this webinar as much as we are. I feel like you can feel the heat. The special part about webinars is that we used to have to fight for seats, but you guys should get the front row seat in your house. So I hope that you guys are taking as much notes as we are. It doesn't matter what pin or how new you are in business. This is the spring leadership that's going to spring you into leadership. So we're wishing you guys so much fun.
Awesome. And here's Manish and Priya.
We are fired up. We're actually seeing them live here, and we are ready to take the next step. I hope you all are ready too, to just bring that momentum in your teams as well.
Absolutely, guys. So much of thing goes on behind the scene. Just kudos to all the staffs and everything. But listen, guys, Kankan and Samina's talk is going to change your life. But we are just getting started. So let's get on to.
Awesome, guys. Let's hear it. Yeah. Freedom. Thank you, guys. This feels so good, guys. We are in a webinar, but it's like a real live function because we are live here. And of course, thanks to the the BWW office, the BWW staff, these people are working relentlessly for all of us, for the whole BWW team, to make sure that they give you the best quality production. I know that all of you have bought tickets to attend this function, and one of Bill Britt's philosophies was that when we charge money for anything, we give them the best possible quality, not only in terms of content, but also in terms of the production and all the visuals and everything that you're seeing. But this is just it's been an amazing experience. We arrived here yesterday in Raleigh, North Carolina, and ever since that, Danny Hill and the entire staff here have been hosting us. They have a whole spread of food backstage for us. They have a viewing room there with a huge 85-inch or maybe 120-inch TV screen there. And it's just amazing, guys. And also to have all these excited folks with us here, it makes it all that more special. We are here to talk to you about balance, about, how to have a balanced business. We're going to talk about how to balance your life, because if you look at nature, if you look at the universe, it's all a delicate balance of a lot of things happening together. And that's how your life should be. That's how our life is. When we got started in the business, we had some degree of balance between our work and our personal life and our home life and our friends social life and all that stuff. And you learn to balance that. And then once we added this business onto our life, we had to balance a little bit more. We had to make time here and reallocate some of our budget and our finances to build our asset, and that required some rebalancing. But one of the key things about balance is that you got to keep moving. If you have ever ridden a bicycle, you know that it's extremely difficult to balance on a stationary bicycle. But if the bicycle's moving, if a motorcycle's moving, if a boat is moving, if an aircraft is moving, it is a lot easier to create balance. So the whole idea is to move forward in life. We all have goals and dreams, and we are all moving towards that. But for a long term stability in any endeavor that you have, you have to have balance. So we're going to talk about having balance, having a balanced business, having a balanced personal circle, and overall having a balanced amount of fun in life. you know that we are all in the process in this business. We are all in the process of building an asset, something that will last, something that will provide income for us for a long, long period of time. In fact, for us, this business is, we are building a legacy because based on our life and the way our kids have grown up in our household, watching us build the business, they have chosen to build their own asset. Our oldest son, Ryan, and daughter-in-law, Nidhi, they're rubies in the business, Q12 platinums and rubies in the business. They have also balanced their business well by creating an Eagle Plus structure. You know, so it's not only something that we started just to create some additional financial choices for us, but it has gotten to a point where we don't need our jobs anymore. We are on March 1st, 1996, that is a little over 25 years ago, it was the last day that I had to work for another company, another boss, or wake up to an alarm clock and go to a job. Of course, we are extremely busy building our business, but we created enough choice, enough of income through this business to give us the choice not to be. I don't use like like to use the word retired, but to have the financial flexibility, to have the freedom not to have to go to work, not to have to choose to go to work. But anyway, we've been having a great time. And in fact, as the kids were growing up in our household, a lot of the other kids in the business, or other, kids of our other business associates, they also used to come and hang around in our house, and they all grew up together. And it's fun to see the second generation now building the business. But, this lady standing next to me, she was given a title by the other kids. She's called the goat mom. Now, I hate calling my wife a goat, but this is the other goat. It's greatest of all times. But she is a goat mom. Okay, she's a goat woman. And I can't say goat wife because I've had only one. She's the only one that I've married, and I plan to keep her for the rest of my life. Okay. But she's a goat friend of mine. Okay, there's no question about it. So I give to you the most awesome the most awesome wife of mine, love of my life, Samina.
Thank you. You can see we are having a lot of fun here, right? We haven't stopped smiling since we came in. The entire studio and the whole facility here back at the BWW office. This is our first time here. I can't believe that, but it is absolutely spectacular. These guys have done an outstanding class act job of putting this whole studio together for all of you to enjoy a first class experience of the conference. And we want to thank you guys again for working behind the scenes and making it happen for all of us. Um, you know, uh, I think we've had a lot of fun backstage, a lot of great food. But what we have truly enjoyed is the fellowship, because it has been an entire year since we've had a conference where a lot of us were together. And I was talking to the people here in the office also. I think they have enjoyed having all of us here with them as well. So I know that we are coming back to conferences where we can go live soon, and we are looking forward to that. But this has given us a spectacular and a unique opportunity to be able to attend more than one conference in a season, and we have all taken advantage of that and enjoyed that thoroughly. And I'll tell you that this business has given us many rewards. We've been able to raise our kids, take care of our parents, have a great life, travel the world. And but I think the biggest reward of leadership is to see the legacy that is coming on behind you. And the legacy is not just our children, but all the leaders that have grown up on this team, and the way they are carrying the torch forward. And if you are here brand new looking at this conference this weekend, we are counting on you. We need you to help us support this cause and pay this forward and take the blessing of this business and share it with a lot of people. Having said that, I wanted to talk to you about a little bit about balance. It is so exciting to see in today's environment, the amount of energy Amway Corporation has put on us building a profitable business from the get go. They have so many great programs with the PVBV Uplift, with the AmPerks program, with the free shipping for customers to have a new IBO get started and get profitable right off the bat. And as business owners, it's our responsibility to legitimize our business, to make sure that we have customers and we have a solid retail base so that we can fund many of the expenses that we have in the business through our own profits right away getting started. So of course you're going to be using your products, learning about them. And I think in the last year Amway has brought on so many new products. I think they have done more in the past year than they have perhaps in the last 10 years. And that is exciting because they are bringing to us products that we can market, that the marketplace needs, and that we can sell and create customers. So, working towards the 60% VCS should be a piece of cake. Why not? We are business owners, and if we make that decision, all it takes is a decision and a little bit of work to back that decision up to make that happen. So I hope that you are going out there and putting together a very, very profitable personal circle. And in today's time, again, you check upline and you start where you are comfortable. But we are seeing people not just limit themselves to 150 or 300 PV. We are seeing new people get started and build a 500, even 1,000 PV personal circle through a solid customer base. And why not? But again, at the end of the day, the balance of your business comes from numbers, from mass, from a proper balance of width and depth. And if you build a business with a lot of width, as you get sponsored, I think that is a great time for you to take the time in the first foundational years of your business and put together a foundation of great width. Because the wider the foundation, the more stable your business is going to be. So lay a good foundation, start out with putting 6 legs in and going eagle and taking it to eagle plus and double eagle as you go along, and build the business on that. Because a good rule of thumb is that if 40 to 50% of your volume is coming from one organization, then you need width. And again, check upline on these numbers and spread it out over a number of legs. And at the same time, the stability, the long term nature comes from building depth. So as you sponsor people, you help them sponsor people as well. And it's not just like one single leg going down deep, but it is many people in that leg becoming profitable by putting a good structure, by sponsoring more than 3 to 6 legs, so that they have profitability as well. And people will stick around in the business with you if either they are making money or they are hoping to make money. So make sure that you teach them what you are learning, and the best way of teaching people is by doing it by your personal example. Now, having done that, remember that another balance that you want to have in your business is between character and competence. Competence comes from learning the techniques. That comes from, the daily core run, the books, the audios, how you deal with people, how you work how you're able to connect with new people as you're sharing this opportunity with them. So that is the competence part. But the character part is doing the work. I mean, if you have a lot of competence, but if we don't have the character to persist and continue to share this opportunity and be diligent day after day and do the work, then there is no purpose or no value to us of knowing all the techniques. And Kankana was talking about Ryan and Nidhi. We are so proud of our children. They're putting together a Ruby ship and a Q12 ship, and they're in Q12 qualification again this year, and they're this close to going double eagle. But what we are more excited about is our younger son Kevin. We have seen him in the last 8 months go to work, because there will come a time in a year or so that you will see growth happening and him going Ruby and being the talk of town. But the work, the character that he's displaying at this time, the kind of work ethic that he has, is what makes us 100% sure that he's laying the foundation for a great business down the road. And that is true of each one of our leaders, and we learned it getting started from our upline. Kumar and Anjali have always had a huge and profitable business. We've never needed to reach beyond them for mentorship or guidance, but they allowed us the opportunity to build great friendships with Manipal and Renuka, with Praveen and Madhu, with Kanti and Lata, and even Bill and Peggy Britt. So that allowed us to pick up nuggets here and there from all of them. And then as the leaders started to grow on our team, we have learned so much from them. So we know that we can count on you guys. And I know Kankan's got a lot of great things to share. So I'm going to hand this to him, and he's going to wrap this up for you for the rest.
Wow. Well, just to continue with what Samina has been talking about, balanced business. Well, you got to realize that we are building an asset. Okay, and basically, when you put together any kind of a structure, when you put together a building, the strength of the building, the quality of the building depends on the quality of the building blocks you use. And in building your asset, your personal circle is the example, is the building block. And you got to make sure that that is robust and strong, because if you duplicate a strong block, you will get a strong wall. And if you put together a bunch of strong walls, you put together a strong building. Okay, and like Samina said, it's the foundation. The foundational blocks are basically, it starts with your example. So that's why Amway has have they've added so much of this incentives for verified customer sales, the customer sales incentive, the fast track program, and there's so much there to become profitable in the first few months in the business. So basically, as soon as a new IBO comes on board, we have so many tools in hand and so many incentives to help them get profitable. And once people get profitable, they can start teaching other people how to do. It's a lot teaching other people what to do. Basically, it's a lot easier to tell people and teach people and show people what to do if you know how to do it. So that's the first thing. So if you're brand new getting started in the business, you figure out how to make your personal circle profitable. And you could set, we have a standard of 150 PV in your first month, but you can always redefine the standard. The standard is basically there for you to think of a reasonable goal. Okay, we're not asking you to start with 1,000 PV or a 1,500 PV personal circle, because that is difficult to do in your spare time, because we also know that most people who come into this business are either full-time, they're full-time employed, or they're full-time students, or some of them are both. And so you have to juggle a lot of things just to make this business work. But once you figured out your personal circle, then it's a question of duplicating it. So that's why we say that you have not launched a new person. You should not consider an IBO launched till you launch somebody for them, because that's how you build the asset. That's how you build something that is, can yield something substantial. Because even with a personal circle of 500 PV or 800 PV, there's only so much money. There's a few $100s you can make. But if you want to take the income into thousands and 5-figure amounts and 6-figure amounts, it's all how many times you duplicate your personal circle. And we have so many examples. But just to give you a guideline, there is the Eagle program. You go Eagle, which means you have 6 legs honoring the partnership. Now, to have 6 legs honoring the partnership, you will have to, this is based on our experience, you will have to put in 12 to 15 legs, okay, to have 6 legs truly honoring the partnership. And then you take it from 6 legs honoring the partnership to 9 legs honoring the partnership, which is Eagle Plus, and then to 12 and more legs honoring the partnership, which is double Eagle. Okay, in terms of volume, you work your way up. You set a goal of 300 PV, then 600 PV, then 1,000 PV, because unless you start making the $200 and the $300 and the $500 a month profit, how are you going to get to 5,000 and 10,000? Okay, so it's important to set goals and move ahead. But again, it's a balance. Again, at the same time, you don't ignore your work life, you don't ignore your family, you don't ignore other things that are important to you. You basically build these activities that you do in this business, which we call the daily, weekly, monthly, yearly habits. Okay, these activities, you build them into your life in proper balance. Okay, you don't neglect your health, you don't neglect your relationships, you don't neglect your finances, but at the same time, you focus on something long term by putting in the work. And there's so many examples. Samina talked about our illustrious line of sponsorship and the kind of accomplishments that they have had. But you know what? We admired the entire Brit team. If you look at the people who have been loyal to the Brit team for years, they're the ones, they're the foundation. They've been in the foundation days of the Brit worldwide system. Okay. And coming here to the BWW headquarters, truly, it's like a pilgrimage for us. This is the first time we are here, but just to see what the people who have gone before us have created. What the Miller team, the Nardoni team, the other diamonds, the heroes of ours, the Taylors, the Hiroshins, we miss Rocky and Sandy Covington team, and when we look at the leaders who spoke last weekend, the Papalados, the whole Papalado family, the Nafties, Tony and Francis, and Charlie and Ann, Ray and Joanne, and I know I shouldn't get into names, but there's so many of our heroes, even in the gala team, the Shahs, the Shinoys, the Jyoti Prakash, the Kakanis, you heard from all of them. Aruna and Tilaka you heard from yesterday. All the big people, they all have been able to accomplish. It's not only us that have accomplished or only a few people. And then on our team, you just heard from Vishal and Sonika Jain. You're going to be hearing from Nanda and Sangeeta Shingari. You're going to be hearing from Sugit and Kajal Ajmani. You've created a founders executive diamondship, with huge numbers, in their team, Ali and Maka, Saji and Sushma. And then you heard from Nick Nwoki and Stephanie, in separate pieces. And of course, Stephanie is here with us this weekend, enjoying this whole function with us. But these people have all basically people who are there to show you, who have basically showing us, and they may or may not be in your upline. It does not matter. They have basically our testimony to the fact that if you do the basics as taught from stage, you're going to hear from, of course, our our upline and other legendary leaders later on. We are kind of approaching the halfway part of this weekend. But if you look at the examples of each of these people, they all had different circumstances. None of them had identical circumstances or ideal circumstances. But what they did was get on the bicycle and start pedaling. And that's how they accomplished balance. And then as you're doing that, you get comfortable. You can drink water while you're pedaling the bicycle. You can even sometimes eat. You can say hi. You can maybe answer a phone call. Don't text, that's all, okay? But, you can keep doing all that. All those things, all the different things in life will come into stride once you get the bicycle into motion. So that's our message to you guys. It's all a question of getting it. Sometimes people say, let me get everything perfect. Let me get my job in order. Let me get my, my school in order. Let me get my other stuff, family stuff in order, and then I'll start this business. No, you just incorporate this into your life. That's how successful people move forward. If nobody waits for the perfect moment, and some of us, we believe in the alignment of stars and all that. I don't, of course, but that this star has to be aligned with that star, and only then I'm going to start. It ain't going to happen. Okay, the only way it's going to happen is you basically sit down, take a sheet of paper, and write down 5 things that you want that you cannot get through what you're doing currently. And then sit down with a coach and make a game plan. and then plan the work, and then just work the plan. That's it, guys. It's extremely simple. This business is extremely simple. It's not complicated. It's not psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people unnecessarily get into all that, but you don't have to. All you have got to do is that, okay, fine, I have my job, I have my life, I have my family, I have my health, I have my gym, or all those things are there. Okay, where can I make a little bit of room, separate a little bit? See, if you want to swim in an ocean, okay, or in a lake or any body of water, you don't have to remove all the water to swim. All you got to do is move aside a little bit of water and move forward. Move aside a little bit of water and move forward. And that's how you balance your life and build a huge business, guys. We are incredibly blessed to be part of this team. We are incredibly blessed to have the Amway Corporation in our lives, and we are also incredibly blessed to each and every one of you. I'm looking at you straight into your eyes if you're watching. We are blessed to have each and every one of you in our lives, because without you, there is no Brit team. And without the Brit team, there is no business for us, because this is all we know. For the last almost 30 years now, 29 years that we have been in the business, this is all we know. This is where we have learned everything. This is where we have built everything. We have built our whole life, our whole family around this team. So we absolutely treasured the opportunity to share with you. And we are extremely privileged to be on this stage. And just fasten your seatbelts, because the best is yet to come.
Okay, Brit team. Thank you so much, Kunkin and Samina, for that powerful message. And what a nice surprise that was to see Kunkin and Samina bring up some of those diamonds who have been backstage and some of their teams who have tagged along. I'm sure so many people now wish they would have came, right?
Definitely. I mean, just to have, the ability to get on stage in front of the Brit stage for even a couple seconds, just an honor. So, and these people, some of them flew out, some of them drove out, maybe 8, 9 hours to get here. So I'm sure they definitely appreciated it. And who knows, maybe next time some people may decide to just come to see their upline. Who knows, right? So let's keep it moving, right? We are almost at the finish line for the second quarter, right? We're going to wrap it up with this next speaker. And for me, Money Paul and Renica Reddy are giants in the business, but they're so grounded and they're so humble. And the number one thing I always see when I see Money Paul and Renica is just humility and the ability for them to just relate to us as if they're brand new IBOs or just at the same level as us, right? So I can't wait to hear from them. So please help me welcome founders Double Diamonds, Money
Money
Paul and
Paul and
Renica
Renica
Reddy.
Reddy.
Here they are.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Manipal and Renuka Reddy from Nishanic Station, New Jersey. So excited to be with all of you this beautiful afternoon, and really can't wait to meet you all in person very soon. But you know what? Today Manipal and I are going to share with you a little bit about our journey and what it means to lead by example in this business. I remember whenever I think about leading by example, there's a famous quotation by Mahatma Gandhi which says, uh, you need to be the change that you wish to see in the world. And that statement applies not only to our business, but in any aspect of life, and particularly our business. As leaders, we need to set the right example. And we were so privileged that from day one, we've had such great examples to follow. Like our sponsors, Sudhir and Sulba Solapurkar, Praveen and Madhu Cheda, and Kanti and Lata Gala, and of course, Bill and Peggy Britt. Each one of them have set such great examples in different aspects of this business and life that we wanted to follow them.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Brit team, so excited about this leadership, guys. What a function it has been so far, and still the best is yet to come. And we are super excited about the growth that we're experiencing. We are super excited about how Amway is headed, and we are super excited about the BWW educational system in a big way, guys. So as Renuka mentioned, today we will talk about a little bit about our journey, how we got started, and what we have really done along the way. And folks, when we got started, we were both of us at corporate jobs, and engineers, masters in computer science, and then working for a telecom company. We were doing pretty good, I would say. But things have changed once we got started in this business. So what we observed, guys, is when people get started in the Amway business, most of them, I would say, have a full-time career, and this business comes on a part-time basis. When they get started, so one thing is going to be primary, the second thing is going to be secondary, and obviously in the initial days, your job or your profession, whatever you are involved with, it could be your other business, it could be whatever you are doing right now, that could be in the initial days primary, you know the secondary could be your Amway business. But for us, I would say, when we decided that this Amway business is going to be our primary business, in terms of how much time we are going to spend here, in terms of our learning, in terms of attitude, in terms of everything, guys, that was our choice. We made the choice, not somebody did, nobody forced us to make that choice. Okay, when we made the switch, telling ourselves that this is going to be our future, this is the primary source of, eventually this will be our primary source of income. Much before it happened, we chose that option and we started putting in the time. And that's what it is, guys. So initially we are absolutely no idea. I mean, let's talk about what Amway is all about in terms of products.
Absolutely. The day one, looking at what our sponsors and our uplines were doing, we decided to make sure that we started using all our products. And we went around the house. Even though Amway makes so many products, we figured out that they were only a subset of them that we were using in our daily lives, like your toothpaste and your laundry detergent, soap, and shampoo, those kind of things. So we immediately, any product that we had in our home that we could use from Amway, we started using from Amway. We made sure we made our circle work. When you saw the presentation, you see a circle, which is you. And we made sure that our circle worked. And very soon, we were taught how to, get customers. And we decided to do that too. And, today we have, as the business kept changing and new products kept coming out, we kept learning about all those things and being relevant and current with all the information and with how to do the customer volume reporting, every little bit. We were up to date with everything so that when people in our team came to us, we knew how to guide them.
Absolutely. Remember the initial days when we were living in that one bedroom apartment? We had little magic corner in the linen closet that we had. I'm telling you guys, we were proud of our business. We were proud of our products, because Amway manufactures and gives us the best quality products, guys. Now, but initially, as Renuka mentioned, some of the products we had no idea. Neutralite, we had no idea what it was about. Vitamins we never used before we joined the business. We had to understand the value of health, value of our vitamins, for sure. And that made, in our health, guys, Neutralite made tremendous difference in our lives, for sure. And beauty products like artistry and everything, that was amazing. And once we figured out the personal circle, guys, it was very, very easy to take from personal circle to talk to other people. Initially, remember a few customers for our relatives and our
And
neighbors, but customers,
absolutely.
right?
Today, I mean, we've grown the business from a 100 PV circle to a 300 PV circle to today it's way over 700, through customers and our personal consumption. And you know what? That is the beauty of the business. Whatever you do, you can teach other people to do the same thing. And very early on, we heard a statement in the business that whatever you do good is duplicated only 50% of the time, and whatever are your shortcomings or bad habits, it's duplicated 200% of the times. So we wanted to make sure that we were the right example for people to follow, so that what, if we went a step beyond what was required, what was being taught, and that's why people could follow us and do duplicate us to the T.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Once your personal circle is done, and once you get a good handle about your customers, The next thing is obviously you would like to take expand your business, and you would like to bring it what we call as networking. Showing the presentation, bringing other people, bring your family members, your colleagues, your friends, and that is an art, and you will learn that through your upline. And that's the reason, guys, it's very important to stay very, very close to the upline, and it's very, very important to stay with the BWW educational system. That's where you learn most of the things, because all these days, guys, I said when 99% of the people who join Amway, they are mainly programmed to be only employees. Somebody is giving instructions to them, somebody is telling them what to do, and those kinds of things, guys. When they join this business, obviously as a business owner, you are required to take some personal responsibility, and you're required to do certain things. And so where do we start? I mean, the way we start is by obviously thinking about expanding. Okay, so that's how we talk about the list building, those kinds of things which you could definitely learn. And bottom line, folks, is wherever networking is involved, wherever people are involved, there are certain skills that you need to develop. And I mean, I truly believe that those skills we learned along the way through observing our upline, and through listening to all the streaming talks, through coming through so many functions. And of course, books did help us a lot in many, many ways.
Absolutely, Manipal. I mean, like, if I look at our business journey, we had to set the pace. We had to set the pace for our organization, to follow. We couldn't wait for someone else to do it. We had to set the pace, and that is one of the reasons I believe why when we were stuck at platinum level and we increased our activity and we went and put a batch of 9 new IBOs. We made them our partners, and then that momentum took us to Ruby and Emerald and Diamond.
Yeah.
And the width is the key, and structure is very, very important in this business.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Hey, it's a business. Okay, business means where you need to eventually make some profits. Okay, profits come by selling the products. Profits come by networking. Profits come having major width. In fact, in our business we have different terms called as eagle and eagle plus, double eagle, and everything. I'm sure your upline will educate you on that, but set some goals to be profitable, to have proper structure, so that when you have proper structure, you yourself can think and see where are the places you could be. A lot of times people sponsor two or three people and then sit on them to come on, move. That cannot be done, guys. You know what? You should be in a position where you are 12 wide, 15 wide, 20 wide, and then you should be in a position to say where you could spend the time, where you want to spend the time. That's called leading by example. Not by sponsored ones and twos and then sitting on top of them expecting them to grow. It doesn't work like that, guys. You know what? That's what I like about this example. You know what? In this business, guys, we are challenged all the time to grow. We cannot be the same people that whom we were 5 years back, 3 years back. Today, as you could see, the business is evolving. When we got started, it was completely offline. Today is completely online. And as you know, for the last one year plus, we are stuck at home. All our meetings on Zoom, and but still, you know what? Because we had to evolve, we were willing to learn. Hey, what are these things that we need to to learn to move on, guys? So stuff like that, guys. Never be scared of making those changes.
That's such a true statement, Manipal. Leaders are adaptable and they are relevant. You know, One thing about our journey is even today we are out there, in working in the trenches and making this business happen. Um, all our leaders know that Manipal and Renuka have prospects coming to the meetings, on our weekly meetings regularly. On a regular basis, we have prospects coming there, and you know what? We want to be there just like anybody else out there, because the business has changed so much, and we want to be relevant in our teaching as well. When we talk to new people or even people who are building this business with a passion and they are experiencing some struggles, we want to look them in the eye and know and say with authority that, hey, you know what, we have done exactly what you have done. These are the changes we made to get better results, and this is what I would advise or we would advise. So being relevant is very important for people to believe in you and follow you.
Yeah, that's the reason, guys. You know what? We first of all we have to realize that we don't know everything. I'll tell you what, when you are bringing young people into the teams, these young people know so much about technology, so much about so many different things. I personally picked up so many things from our young people in our business. So as a leader, guys, don't hesitate. You don't have to know everything. Don't hesitate to ask if you don't know certain things. Folks, I'm telling you, the challenging thing is, guys, in this business, you will attract the person who you are. You cannot attract what you are not. Okay, so the best thing is, guys, leading by example means, you know always trying to be your best, always getting better. For example, I'll tell sometimes what happens is, people always wait for the perfect prospect, perfect person to join the business, where they can join the business and within overnight they learn everything, and then within no time they go platinum, within no time they go ruby, emerald, and diamond. They're looking for those people. Folks, it won't happen. You know what? Before you are looking for that person, you got to ask that, are you that person whom you're looking for? That's called as right example. Okay, and that's in your hands, guys. Okay, so how did it happen for us? I said, our upline, we saw them, we observed them. Kanti Gala's example always, our upline, Kanti Gala's example always has been, hey, continue to keep, doing a little bit more than what you have done. Folks, if you keep continually getting better little by little, little by little, eventually, you know what? The compounding effect, the principle of compounding effect will happen, and that's how growth will, growth will happen for sure. Okay, so
Yeah, and as a leader, you can only inspire people if you're forward looking. You cannot be living with regrets or focusing on the past mistakes you made. It takes a courageous leader to accept your mistakes and move forward. In Manipal and I can say time and time again, we made many mistakes. We took ownership of those mistakes and said that we won't repeat those mistakes again. And that's how we were able to move forward. People get inspired when you're focusing on the future. And that is something, because if you dwell in the past or keep looking at your rear view mirror, your team will tend to do the same thing. So you need to set the right example by having a happy heart looking into the future. People can get a happy heart when they are grateful and learn to forgive and forget as well, guys. Get these things into your life. If you learn to forgive and forget and move forward, you will be so tremendously blessed.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this point actually, Renuka already mentioned this point, but let me get a little dig deeper into this thing. I like this concept called as get your hands dirty. What does it really mean? Being means in the field, in the trenches, contacting, doing MG1s, doing MG2s, follow-ups, sign-ups, handling objections, getting people started properly. And folks, when you are in that zone, when you are dealing with new people, you know what? That excitement is different. When you yourself, I'll tell, that's what we have done, guys. How are we doing? How can we really saying that yes, we are leading by example? Is yes, since we are in the trenches, we can definitely say that, guys. Hey, if somebody in our team comes back and say that we are having this situation or we having this challenge, we can definitely look in their eyes and say, hey, listen, I know how you're feeling. You know, we felt the same way. But you know what? If we do this thing, we can rectify this. We can get better. I'll tell you what, every leader has different styles, but our style is, to be in the trenches, to make sure that we are talking about what's really happening in currently, not happened what happened 15 years back. That is so crucial, guys, and that's what we have done. That's how we really believe that we are setting the right example. One other thing that we did, guys, is we believe in sharing the responsibility. It's not about us all the time. As people join your network, as your organization, some people are willing to step up. So don't be scared of delegating the work. Some people always want to have everything they want. It doesn't work, guys. In fact, the more you delegate, when people are ready to take charge, delegate. Don't worry about it. Okay. So one thing I can tell you guys, based on our experience, guys, when you're building a network, when you have people in your team, when the organization is growing, you know what? You need to be reading more. You need to be. That's what we have done. Again, I'm not here to lecture anybody, but I'll tell you what, our reading has gone up a lot. I mean, over the years, our listening, we continue to listen. Our association has never changed. Okay. We always made sure that we associate with positive mental attitude people. I'll tell you, sometimes physically may not be possible, but when you're listening to a talk with Bill Brett and Paul Miller and all these big leaders, and when we are listening to their talks, when we're reading the books, I believe that we're associating with them. I believe that they are in the car with us. Okay, that's one thing. The second thing that we always done, guys, whenever there's some negative people, some pessimistic people, we did our best to stay away from them. In life, I mean, life is not fair. There are certain people that you cannot do anything about them. The best thing is stay away from them. Do what is in your control, which is staying with the right kind of people, so that as a leader, as an uplifter, your goal is to do that, edify people, uplift people, bring out the best in people. That's how people get attracted to you. And when they see the culture of unity, when they see the culture of edification, when you are bringing the best in other people, such things are not available in corporate America. Only in our business, these principles we apply, and that's how we bring in the best in other people. That's how we believe that we are leading by example, by speaking positive all the time, by bringing the best in other people, by edifying people. A lot of times, guys, even in initial days, probably we never believed in ourselves, but our upline believed more than we believed in ourselves.
Absolutely. As a good leader, it is extremely important to be predictable. Predictable in your behavior, in your work ethic, and in every aspect, because people are looking to emulate predictable behavior. And that is the reason, whether it is in our process activities, or in our building the business, in using products, or in our attitude. If they are reaching out to us, they should expect a certain kind of behavior, and that's what makes them want to duplicate you. And that is a very big attribute in a leader. And also learning to manage your ego. All big leaders have big egos, but you know what? Learning to manage your ego is a very, very big thing, because this is what attracts, guys. See, the thing is, one thing I've learned from Manipal and Kanti and Madhu is they always put the spotlight on someone else. It's not about them. It's they always put the spotlight on someone else, and that is something that is really commendable, and we can all learn from.
Absolutely, guys. One of the things that we always did, guys. You know what? As I said, when you're dealing, when your organization is growing bigger and bigger, there will have some situations that come up. Okay, that's very very important to never pass any negative downline or cross line. That's how you that is how you keep the harmony and the positivity in the team. People are already facing so much of negative stuff in real life there. But in this business, guys, we don't get involved in all those things. I mean, these days, so many things
Absolutely.
are happening right now. We don't get
Absolutely,
involved.
and we always believed, in living up to the rules and regulations, and following the rules and regulations set by BWW and Amway. Amway is very particular about, not people not talking about race, religion, or politics in from any platform related to this business. And Bill Britt was such a great example of inclusiveness. He was inclusive of people of like all of us. And when he gave us an opportunity to be part of this big and amazing team, we have no right to discriminate or say anything about other people or other religions or races. And you know what? We take this very seriously, guys. And that's one of the reasons today we are blessed with a very diverse organization, diverse in every aspect: age, professions, religion, race, every background, everything that you can think about. We are very proud of that.
Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, when we are dealing with people, you know what, you people should really see that your personality, your personal development is happening for you. You are growing. You cannot be the same person that who you were 3 years back or 5 years back. you know and all that could happen when you're really associating with good people, for sure. Okay. And one thing that always we always believed, guys, we always believed in practicing what you're preaching. We cannot have some other standards for different people. You want to talk about kids and home, maybe?
No, I mean, leading by example, even at home, and as setting the right example as a husband and wife team, setting a right example as what parents should be like, and as community members, in every aspect, you lead by example. We are not an island by ourselves. We are part of this bigger world and association. So everywhere we go, we have to lead by example.
Yeah, guys, I'm telling you, the reason that we truly believe that we are definitely getting better, and we believe that we are leading by example, is because we never compared ourselves with anyone. When we feel good about ourselves, when we have confidence from within, why should I be comparing myself with anyone? You know what? I truly believe that each one of us are very special, very unique. God made us special. Okay, so that is the confidence and the belief that that all of us should have within ourselves. When we have that, when we portray that image, when we portray that confidence, people will get attracted to us. Folks, this is a awesome business. All you need to do is, guys, always put other people first. Learn to listen. Listen to learn. Listen to understand, not for the sake of listening. Other person's perspective. Folks, this business has changed our lives in a big way. Okay, this continues to change our life. We are always being challenged to keep getting better. We are in a wonderful space. Amway is the best company out there with an excellent educational system, with BWW education system, guys. Without Amway, without BWW, we could not be where we are.
Really, guys, the best is yet to come. Can't wait to see you all. And you know what? Have a wonderful rest of the function. Looking forward to meeting you all in Diamond Clubs and Achievers very soon.
Come on, guys, let's make it happen. Let's make 2021 the best year ever. Make it happen, guys. BWW need to break more diamonds, guys. Go ahead and claim it that you are the next diamond. Make it happen.
Simply amazing. Thank you so much, Manipal and Renika. This actually concludes our first session of today, but wait, there's more. We actually have a second session coming up, and that actually starts at 7 p.m., but make sure you're here on time at 7:50.
Definitely. I think that was a great second quarter. We're ready for halftime. Hopefully, there's a halftime show happening in the living room or wherever you're at. But hey, listen, great news. We got 2 hours until the break, and you can actually save your seats. So make sure you put something non-valuable on there. Maybe put like a sock. Maybe put like, a shirt, something like that. Great news. You can save your seat, especially in the front row, right? You only have 2 hours, so you might want to run to go get some food right now. There's probably a line already forming in the kitchen. Depending upon how big the fridge is, there might not be a lot left by the time you get there. So make sure you go get online right now, get your food. So tonight we have the main event. Okay, we have a jam-packed, lineup of speakers. Okay, we got the MOC members giving their talks, as well as some other EDCs and some other Founders Diamonds coming up, and people even in Founders Diamond qualification. So we'll see you back here at 7 p.m. Log in at 6:50, and we'll see you guys in a couple hours. Take care.